Hello everyone, my name is Atik and in this video we are going to build a complete authentication and authorization system. We are not only building authentication and authorization, we are building a toolkit. We are using Better-Auth that you can log in with your credentials, email and password, and also with social providers like Google and Github. We also have forget password. Let's create an account. Click on sign up. Let's add a name here, admin user like this, and then do email. I'm doing this email and the password user 1234 user 1234. Once you click on sign up, it will send you a verification email. So let's click, and now it redirected us to a sign in page. If I open my email, I should have received an email. And as you can see, I have received this onboarding. Welcome to Better-Auth Next. And we have this beautiful email template. Let's click on verify your email, and now we are redirected to homepage. So after verifying our email, automatically we are logged in. Now let's go to update profile. In this page, you can change your username, upload an image, change your password, and enable two-factor authentication, enable or disable two-factor authentication. Right now, we don't have two-factor authentication enabled, but if you enable on this one, when you want to enable two-factor authentication or when you want to disable it, you have to enter your password, user1234, click on enable 2FA and two-factor authentication enable, and you can see that the switch is turned on. And now the text also changed to disable two-factor authentication. Now if we sign out, we are back to sign in, and this time let's do 1234, and now we are redirected to this OTP code. If I open my email again, I have received another email. If you click on that, and now it says please find your code to log in below. Let's copy this code and go here, and let's verify OTP. Okay, perfect. We are redirected back to homepage. Let's go back to update profile. And then here you can upload an image, you can change your password and change your name. But let's also go to user management. And as you can see, you do not have access for user management, because this user's rule is currently user. By default, every user that's going to log in, their role will be only user. But let's go ahead and log in with a super admin rule. We have three types of rules: admin, super admin, and user. Users can only update their own profile, but admins can create and update and reset passwords of other users, but cannot delete existing users. And super admin can delete also. Super admin can do anything. Let's log in with a super admin account. I already have a super admin account, user1234, and click on sign in. And it sent me a code again. I'm entering this code and click on verify OTP. And now we are back to homepage. Let's go to user management. If we go to update profile, this is the new user. And if we go to manage user management, let's create a new user, and then new user at email.com. At gmail.com. Password is user1234, and let's make this user role to be admin. Save changes. And now you can see that this new user created here. And also, when you click on edit, it's going to open this model. Let's change the name to be new user, I don't know, updated. And click on save changes. And now it's new user updated. User updated successfully. We have a nice toast message. We can also delete a user. Let's click on this one and click on save changes. It's going to delete that user. Okay. So we are going to build this project together, and without further ado, let's go ahead and start building our project. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. We will start by creating our Next.js project. I will do let's do npx create next app. Npx create next app. And we will do the latest, which is version 16, Better-Auth Next.js, like this, or Better-Auth Next. Press yes. Now it's asking for the default options. If you press yes, this one, choosing this one, will add TypeScript, ESLint, Tailwind CSS, and app router to our project. Let's do that. Okay, now our project got created. Let's cd into our project. Cd Better-Auth, and then next, and let's open it in VS Code. Okay, this is our fresh Next.js project. Now let's go ahead and straight away run our project to see if it's working. We can do pnpm. I'm using pnpm. You can use npm, whatever you want. Pnpm div. And now if we check our localhost 3000, we should see our project. And this is our default Next.js application. Okay, since we are using ShadCN with Better-Auth, let's go ahead and install ShadCN, configure that, and also we will store our data using Prisma to Neon database. We will create a Neon database also, and we will install Prisma also. Click on Get Started, and then click on Next.js, pnpm, or if you're using npm, let's go and shut down our server. And now press enter. For the base color, I'm using natural. And now ShadCN has been initialized. If we check our VS Code now, you can see it has been added the lib folder, and also it updated our global.css. It also added components.json, which is all the ShadCN components, and it updated our package.json and package log.json. Okay, perfect. Now let's go ahead and install the components, add the component. For example, if you want to add a button, currently we initialized ShadCN, but we cannot use any of its components. If we want to use any of its components, we can add the components one by one or all of them at once. But in this project, I'm going to add all of them at once. I copy this command, and if I go to my terminal, if I paste this, instead of this button, I will do dash all. So this one will install all the components. Okay, all the components has been installed. If we check our VS Code, you can see it created this components folder, and inside this components, there is a UI folder, and inside that UI, there is a bunch of components from ShadCN UI. It also created this hooks folder, which right now has only one use mobile hook. Okay, now let's go ahead and install Prisma. If you go and check the documentation, click on Docs, and now click on Next.js, this one. If you come down, install and configure Prisma. I'm using this command npm install Prisma, and now if I paste, but because I'm using pnpm, I will add a p at the beginning of npm like this. Now let's go ahead and also add Prisma client, this one, and paste it here. Let's also add pnp, a p at the beginning of npm here also. And now let's initialize Prisma. You can do that by using npx Prisma init. You can also specify to where the Prisma files to be generated, but I'm just pressing enter. I think npx is not working for me. Let's do pnpx. Okay, perfect. So pnpx is working. If we go and check our VS Code now, as you can see, we have a folder called Prisma, and in here, it's just a basic Prisma file. It also created a .env file for us, and pnpm log, a prisma.config, which we are not going to touch any of these files, only the Prisma schema, only this file we will work with that. Okay, now that we installed Prisma, let's go ahead and also install Better-Auth. I already have the Better-Auth documentation open here. Click on Get Started. Okay, now click on Installation. And I'm using pnpm. Copy the command, come to your terminal, paste the command. Okay, perfect. Now Better-Auth has also been installed. Let's go ahead and run our project again. And if we check our local host, everything should be still the same. Okay, now what we are going to do, let's go to NeonDB. Click on login. I think I am already logged in. I already have one project here. Let's create a new project. I will name my project Better-Auth. And next, like this. And for your region, you can choose the closest region to you. Because I'm in Australia, I am choosing Sydney. Now click on create, and now click on connect. If you choose from here, Next.js, you can use, because we are using Prisma, I can do this one. So let's copy this one and update our Prisma schema, this one. Actually, it's exactly the same. We don't need to change it. The only thing that we need to copy is in the .env. Let's grab this database URL like this. And if we go to our .env file, let's replace this one, remove everything, and just paste this database URL that we got from NeonDB. Okay. And now let's go ahead and straight away create our schemas. Currently, if you check, our schema is empty. But if we go to Better-Auth documentation, we can add a Better-Auth secret. Let's do that in our .env file. Let's add Better-Auth secret. This can be anything. You can put whatever value you want, but I am getting that value from here, generate a secret. So it's a strong random secret. Let's paste here. We also need this base URL and paste it here. We don't need this command. And this one I will wrap again in like this. Now we have to create a Better-Auth instance. Now let's create this file, auth.ts. Copy this one and go to your lib folder, or you can create anywhere, doesn't matter, but I'm going to create it inside the lib folder, auth.ts, and paste it like this. We will come back here. But before configuring this one, let's go ahead and configure Prisma. I name it db.ts, but you can name whatever you want. And let's import, and let's do const global for Prisma. It will be global as on noon, and then as Prisma, which will be Prisma client. Prisma client. We need to import Prisma client. Actually, we haven't generated Prisma yet. Okay, but I think before generating our Prisma, let's go ahead and add the .env. If we go and check the Prisma documentation here, and come down and prisma.config.ts, import .env like this. And if we go to prisma.config.ts, let's import like this. And now we can go ahead and generate our Prisma npx Prisma generate. Now our Prisma got generated inside lib folder generated Prisma. If we check, it is here generated and then Prisma. Now let's import Prisma client from generated Prisma client like this. I'm going to change this one to use like this, lib generated Prisma client like this. And now what we can do next, come down, we say const Prisma, we will set it to global for Prisma, dot Prisma, or new Prisma client like this. And now we will check if a process dot env dot node env not equal production. What we do in this case, we do global for Prisma dot Prisma, we will set it to Prisma, this Prisma that we created here. Actually, let's rename it to DB. I will rename it to DB, I think. And I will straight away export this also. Export const. And then global for Prisma will be in DB, like this. Now what we can do, we can create our schema for user registration and login, our Better-Auth schema. Let's go to Better-Auth documentation and see how they are doing. Okay, come down. We already, actually we haven't done this one. A configure database, we are using Prisma. Come down here and select this one. Go ahead and update our auth.ts. Let's replace this with this one. I don't need this comment. And it is our Prisma client. I think we don't need this Prisma client because we already created the DB here. We can just use DB, remove these two, both of them, and just import DB like this, which is import from DB, which is this file. We don't need this one also. We only need to get PostgreSQL. We only need to change this SQLite to PostgreSQL like this. And now our schema is empty. Let's go and finish our schema, create database tables. You can use Better-Auth CLI. Let's do that. Come here and paste the command. Okay, looks like npx is not working for me. Let me use a pnpm. I'm using pnpm like this, pnpm dlx, and then the rest of the command is the same like this. Let's press. Okay, now it's asking a question that Prisma schema already exists. Do you want to override the file? I say yes. And now if we check our Prisma schema, we should be able to see a schema for our user and account and session tables. As you can see, we have user model, session, and then account, and also verification. Okay, perfect. If we check our neon, let's go to neon, and this part has been done. We can close it. And now if you click on tables, we should not be able, we can't see anything. because we don't have anything yet, right? So now what we can do, we can go ahead and migrate our database schema. We can do npx prisma migrate div. We can give it a name, or we can press enter. It will ask for name. Now we can enter the name here. Initial migration for Better-Auth. Okay, so it generated Prisma, it migrated, and if we check our Neon console now, let's refresh. We should have a bunch of tables. As you can see, we have accounts table, a session table, user table, and verification table. Okay, perfect. And now what we can do, let's go ahead and start building our project. Okay, what I want to do is let me close all the open editors and the files also. And now let's run our server. And now what I'm going to do here, let's start by modifying our homepage, actually our layout. So in layout, let's add some classes here. I'm going to move these classes to HTML, these ones. I move it here, and now add a different class to body. Let's bring this down, this one also, and now let's add a class to body. I will just say wfull make it full weight, and also minimum weight will be device weight, DVW, like this. Okay, so now what else we can do? We can go to homepage. This is our homepage. Let's remove actually everything from this page. We remove everything, and let's just return a simple div and an h1 in it. Let's say a home page like this. Okay, perfect. If we check our browser now, we should see home page like this. Okay, now let's add some style to the overall page that we have. What I am going to do, I'm going to lay out again, and then in here, I will add a BG, a background. Let's do BG. What color we should do? We can do a linear gradient, linear to right, let's do to R, and from, let's do blue, from blue 500 up to purple, to purple 500, like this. Okay, let's check it now. As you can see, we have a nice and beautiful background. This will apply to every pages that we want. Okay, perfect. What else we can do? We can go ahead in ShadCN documentation, ui.shadcn.com. We installed everything. Let's go ahead and now find how we can use the form. Okay, here is the form. If you click previously in ShadCN, it was only using React hook form, but now it also added the Tanstack form. So if I go up, if you click on this one, the documentation, now the forms is like this. You can either use React hook form or Tanstack form, and this one is still not available. Use action step. Let's use React hook form. This is what we are going to use. Okay. So what we can actually copy this one. Let's copy this whole thing. And let's go to our VS Code. I'm closing everything here. And inside the component, not inside the UI, in components, I'm going to create a new file, signin.tsx. Paste it here. And what we can do here, actually, we leave it, most of the things. We will change this title to name, and then let's say name is required. We can say like this. We don't need minimum 5. Let's do minimum 3 characters. And max, we don't need max. We remove, and we remove everything else. Okay, perfect. The default value for name is empty, and description, we don't need it. Okay, on submit, let's make this empty for now. For the card title, we can do sign in, and for the description, we can say sign in to your account like this. And the name is not title anymore. We have name. This one also should be name like this. Let's remove this controller completely. Let's remove this. I'm removing both of these things and the ID also. Let me remove this one also. This is for accessibility. We don't need that, but if you want to keep it, you can keep it. And now we have a sign in form, but let's go back to Better-Auth documentation and see what else we need. So Better-Auth again. Let's go back to integration and then with Next.js. And then here, what we need to do, we can copy this one and create an API auth and then all routes. We can go inside app, create a new folder, API, and then inside this API, I create another folder, auth, and then inside this auth, let's create a new folder to catch all the routes like this, all. And then inside this, I'll create a file route.ts and paste the code that you copied. And we can go to our lib folder in auth. In here, we already did this one. What else we need to do? We can come here and say email and password enabled true. That's simple. And now we can sign up, create an account, and also log in with email and password. We have done this part. And now let's come here. Let's also create auth client. We copy, and then in here, we also create auth client, auth client.ts. We don't need this part, and also we don't need this comment. We will also need a plugin in Better-Auth configuration. We also need to pass the cookies plugin, next cookies. We will do that soon. And now in middleware, a lot of people who are creating or building Next.js applications, they may think that middleware is a security layer, but it is not. Middleware is not a security layer. As you can see in Better-Auth documentation, this one also says this is not secure. We should not handle our security, authentication, and authorization by using middleware. It says this is not secure. This is the recommended approach to optimistically redirect users. We recommend handling object in each page or route. This is important, this part. So what they are saying that the middleware is only for better user experience, not as a security layer. So we will not create middleware, even though in Next.js version 16, it has been changed. We don't have middleware anymore. We have proxy. if you go to Next.js.org and then blog, you can see here, let's click on read more and then proxy, click on proxy. As you can see, proxy, formerly middleware. Previously it was middleware, but now it is a proxy. Okay, perfect. If you want to learn more about proxies or middleware, click here and then it will bring you to this page. And as you can see in the Next.js documentation, also they mentioned that while proxy can be helpful for optimistic checks, such as permission-based redirects, it should not be used as a full session manager or authorization solution. So we will not be using proxy at all. Okay, perfect. Okay, we close this one for now. Only we need this auth. Let's come down. Let's add a plugins. In the plugins, right now, I think it's an array. And right now, let's only add next cookies. Next cookies like this. Okay. And now we can work on our sign-in page. Let's change this name to be email because in the sign-in form, we don't need name. We need email and password to sign in with. We change this one to email, and then this string should also be email. If it's not a valid email, we can say enter a valid email and change this one to email. And let's change this one to be email. This one also needs to be email. I think we also need that area invalid, and let's do form state. Oh, it's not form state, it's field state, not invalid, like this. Okay, next field that we need is the password field. Let's create the password field and change this to password, and here also password. Let's add here also to be type password, and I think that's it. Let's add password here also, password, and the string password should be minimum 6 characters, and then we say enter a valid password, like this. And now let's add it here also. Password, by default, it's an empty string. Oh, actually, this field group we don't need here. We only need one to close in here. Okay, let's work on the submit button now. Okay, for the submit button, we check if it is loading. We say form state is submitting. If it is true, then we add a spinner from UI spinner like this, and let's add a class name to this. Class name size 6, like this. Otherwise, we will do this submit text. Actually, we don't need submit. We can say sign in like this. And now let's create the page for this one. If I open my sidebar under the app directory, let's create a new folder. We name it auth. And these brackets make this auth folder an organizational folder, or for better structuring the code. It is not going to be a route. It's just for organizational purposes to organize our code. So, and then under auth, let's create another folder. We name it sign in. And in sign in, let's create page.tsx. Export default sign in page, export default function sign in page. And now inside the sign in, just return the sign in form that you can import from components sign in, like this. And now if we go to /sign in, we should be able to see our page sign in, and this is our form looking nice and beautiful. Okay, perfect. Now let's go back to our VS Code and style that a little bit. We can wrap this in a div. Let's add a class name to this div, wfull, and then height will be device height, and let's do display flex, item center, and then justify center like this. And now if we check, it should be in the center like this. Because soon we will create the sign up form. And instead of wrapping sign up form also like this, we can create a layout and then it will apply to both sign in and sign up. So we will save it back like this. And let's create a layout under the, directly under the auth in here. Layout.tsx, export default function, and then we name it auth layout. You can name whatever you want, and then it will expect a children, which will be of type React node like this. Let's straight away destructure the children like this, and now let's return this one, and inside this let's do children like this, and it should still be the same in our browser. As you can see, it's still the same. Okay, perfect. Let's move this sign in button and reset button to the right side. We can come here, in here. Let's actually add, if someone doesn't have already an account, they should be able to go to sign up. We can get these two buttons, and let's add a fragment here and paste it inside the fragment. And then here, let's do a p tag, and then let's add a class name, text sm. We say do not have an account. If you do not have an account, let's do a link, and then inside this link, let's say href will be /sign up. Sign up like this. If you don't have an account, then sign up. We say display flex for this one, and then items center, and let's also add display flex here also. Not here. It's let's add a class name, flex wfull, and then items center like this, and justify between. Okay, perfect. And now let's make it work actually. You remember we created under the lib folder, we created this auth client. We can use that actually. Come here, we will do a try catch block. For the catch for right now, I think we just throw a new error. Throw new error. We say something went wrong like this. Okay, and in the try block, we can say, we can do await auth client from lib auth client, which is this file, auth client dot sign in dot email. We will sign in with email and password. We will provide email, and then we get from data dot email. And for password, we say password will be data dot password like this. Okay, we come here now and add a comment. Let's go up, add an object, and inside this object, we need to add the on success and on error message. On success, which is a function. We can make this function async also. Async function. Let's do a toast. You can import from sonar.success, and we say login successful. We can also have on error, and then this is also a function which is accepting the context, or ctx for short, toast dot error, and then ctx dot error dot message, like this. So now we can log in, and now let's go ahead and create our sign up form also. We can just copy this one, copy sign in, and paste it inside components, and let's change the sign in copy to be sign up, like this. Let's come here and change the sign in form to be sign up form. Sign up form, like this. And the form schema stays the same. We need email, we need password. We also need a name. Let's add name, z.string, and let's do minimum. It should be 3 characters, and the message will be enter a valid name, like this. And let's also add confirm password. For the confirm password, it will be z.string. We don't add validation here because we need our confirm password to match our password. So we come here and add .refine. It will take data, and then we will check if data.password is equal a data.confirm password. If it is not equal, then we show message, error message. We say passwords. We will say passwords do not match. And the path can be either confirm password or password itself, or both of them. But for now, I just do confirm password. Okay, perfect. And come here. Before email, let's do a name, also an empty string, and confirm password is also an empty string, like this. Okay. Now let's change this sign in to sign up. We will change this one. We will say create an account to continue. Let's change this to be sign up form. And let's change in sign in also, sign in form. Let's go back to sign up, and let's add another fields. We need the name and confirm password. Okay, name. This one should be name also. The rest looks good to me. Let's come down below password and add confirm password here. Change this to confirm password, and this one also to be confirm password. And let's change the type to be password also. And now if you come down, instead of sign in, let's change this to sign up. And here we say already have an account. If you already have an account, then go to sign in. And we change this one also to sign in. Let's also create the page for this one. We can exactly copy the sign in. Let's copy this one under the auth and then paste it. We change the sign in copy to sign up. And then in the page, instead of importing sign in form, let's import sign up. Sign up form, like this. And now let's go back to sign up form. And in sign up form, let's update our on submit. In here, instead of sign in, let's do sign up. Sign up, like this. We need name, which will be data.name. Let's spell name properly. Name, like this. And that's it. Okay, and here we say sign up successful. And I think that's it. We can now go ahead and register a user. We have a sign in form. If you don't have an account, a sign up form. Let's add a space here actually. Okay. Let's do class name text blue 500 like this. And we can do for this one also text blue 500. Okay, now as you can see, it's looking much better. Let's also add a gap here. We say gap 1. And let's do the same for sign in. Gap 1 like this. Now let's go ahead and register a user and see that in action. We have a beautiful sign in form. We can go to sign up and let's register a user. If we sign up like this, because we need to fill all these fields, it show the validation error. I'm going to use this email provider, temp mail, which is a temporary email provider. Let's copy this email and come here for the name. Let's do the email first, and then for the name, I just copy this name and then paste it here. Remove the 7, and for the password, let's do user123. User1234, user1234, like this. But before clicking on sign up, let's run Prisma Studio also. npx Prisma Studio. And as you can see, they are all empty. Now let's click on sign up and register our first user. Sign up successful. We received the message here and we can check it here. Let's refresh. And as you can see, we have one user now, which is this one. If we check in Neon console, Better-Auth, and then tables, as you can see, our user is here also. Okay, perfect. So we are able to create a user. We are able to log in with that user. Let's go and check the login. And let's grab the email to see if the login is working. Let's, by purpose, enter a wrong password. And as you can see, it says invalid email or password. Okay, perfect. But if we enter the proper password like this, and now we try to sign in, login successful. Perfect. Okay. Now what we are going to do, we can go ahead and add OAuth, which is login with Google and login with GitHub. Okay, let's do that. Let me close all these things except leaving the Prisma Studio open. What I can do, I'm going to my Google account first, and let's go to a console and let's go to APIs and services. And then here, click on credentials, click on create credentials and then OAuth client ID. Here it says create OAuth client application type. We need web application. We name it Better-Auth Next like this. And we need to add authorized redirect URIs. We can grab this one from Better-Auth documentation. Better-Auth, let's go to authentication and then click on Google, and this will be our redirect URI. Copy this one and paste it in here like this. Click on create, and now this is our client ID and client secret. Let's copy them. Go back to our VS Code and let me close these open editors now, and let's go to .env. Let's do Google client ID and paste it here. And let's also bring the Google client secret, Google client secret, and let's paste it like this. Click on OK, and our project got created. Now let's go and add the Google login option to our application. We come here, and in Better-Auth, what we can do, we can go ahead and add social providers. Let's go to LibAuth, and in here, let's do it here, social providers, and Google. What we need for Google, if you check the documentation, we need client ID and client secret like this. Let's add a comma here. Google client ID, Google client secret. It should match your env variables. Let's also add a prompt here, because if we don't add a prompt, sometimes it may log in with your default Google account, but we want this application to always ask us to select an account before using our default Google login. We will do select account like this. And now let's go back to our sign in form. Okay, let's do it after this field. We add a simple p tag, text sm. We say or, and then add a separator. And after you added the separator, let's add a button. And then in the button, let's do type to be button. Add a class name, text sm, and the cursor pointer. Continue with Google like this. Let's add a function here. On click event, and we will say sign in with Google like this. Okay, we have to create this function above, and below the on submit, let's do const sign in with Google, and then make it an async function. And now let's do await auth client dot sign in dot social. Let's add an object like this, and it needs a provider. The provider will be Google. Callback URL will be a homepage like this. After you sign up with Google, it should redirect you to a homepage. Let's add another button for GitHub also, but this time sign in with GitHub. Continue with GitHub like this. Let's add this function also. We can copy this function because it's pretty similar. And just instead of Google, we just need to add GitHub. And continue with Google. We will change it to continue with GitHub. Let's go ahead and create our GitHub credentials also. I'm going to my GitHub account. Let's click on my name, and then we go to settings, and let's go down in developer settings or auth applications. And now let's add a new OAuth applications. Better-Auth Next. This is the name of our application, and then the homepage URL will be our homepage, like 3000. This one. Let's do that, and we don't need additional description. And authorized callback URL, we can grab that from Better-Auth from GitHub, and this is the one. Okay, let's paste this, and let's click register application. Now this is our client ID. Just copy this client ID and go back to your VS Code. Let's open the .env file, .env, and paste it here. GitHub client ID, and paste it here. Let's also generate client secret, and this is our client secret. GitHub client secret like this. We need to modify our auth here, and let's copy exactly the same thing and paste this time for GitHub. GitHub like this, and let's change Google client ID to GitHub client ID. We can copy that from here, GitHub client ID and GitHub client secret. Okay, perfect. Should be all good. And now we have login or continue with GitHub, continue with Google. Let's check our application. Oh, our application is looking not looking good. Let's style it a little bit. Okay, come down here. Card footer. Let's add a class name. Flex column like this. And in separator, let's add a class name here. Class name gap6 like this. And let's also add in here, let's add w full. So if we check now, it's looking much better. But let's wrap these two also inside the div. We come here and wrap these two button. Div, let's add a class name flex and then flex the column w full gap. Let's do gap 3. This time it should look much better. As you can see, it's looking much better. Let's also wrap this or and this separator in a separate div. And this too, we will add a div, and then let's add a class name. Let's do flex a column, margin top and bottom. Let's do a 3, and let's do items center and justify center like this. Now it's looking much better. Or continue with Google and continue with GitHub. I think let's add a small padding here also. We will increase this margin top and bottom to 6. And let's add a class name to this one or to this one. We say my1. It's looking much better. Let's click on continue with Google. And now it is asking me to select an account. I'm selecting my account. Click continue. And now I am redirected to homepage, which means our login is successful. If I check Prisma Studio and let's refresh this one. As you can see, I have another account, which is my username and email and Google image, everything. Perfect. We can do the same thing for when a user is trying to sign up with GitHub. The GitHub will also work similar to Google. And now what we can do, let's go ahead and continue adding email verification. So to do that, I'm going to install Resend and React Email. Let's click on Docs. And now let's click on GitHub. I'm using PNPM. Let's go back to our terminal and shut down our application. Paste the command here, press enter. Okay, let's also add Resend. I click on Docs. And once you click on Docs, select Next.js and click on Documentation. If you come down, it says how to install. Copy this command and go back to our terminal, paste it, and then Resend will be installed. Okay, perfect. Now let's run our server again. And let's go to our VS Code. Okay, before doing anything, let's add this sign in with Google and sign in with GitHub to our sign up form also. sign up, and let's copy exactly the same logic. And let's go under this field, add this one. Let's add this to function also. Save it. We are getting an error for separator. Let's quickly fix that. We should import from UI separator like this. And now let's add the email verification. In here, email and password, which is enabled. Let's add require email verification to be true. And now let's come down here, email verification. This is an object. Let's put a comma here. And then we say send on sign up true. And we can say automatically sign in after verification. Auto sign in after verification. Let's make this one also true. And now let's create send verification email. This will be an async function. And let's pass user and URL like this. And let's send an email to user. Await send verification email like this. And then to who to send the email to a recipient, receiver of the email, or receiver. We will change that soon. And this receiver, let's add a to do actually here. We will do to do to, and then, but before finding this tool, let's go and sign up to Resend. Here is Resend. This is the template that how we can send an email. As you can see, it's like this, but let's go and sign in first. I'm going to use my Google. And once you are here, you can click on API keys, create a new API key, Better-Auth, next. This is our application name. We need full access. For the domain, we don't need a domain right now because we are just using this for test purposes. And let's copy this API key, go back to our VS Code, and in our .env, and let's add this one. Resend API key like this. Okay, let's click on done and go back to our VS Code and come here. Let's finish this one. If you have a domain, Resend will allow you to send from any email or to any email. If you don't have a domain, Resend will not allow you to send to any email. In development mode, you can only send to one specific email. For example, you cannot send to any user who register. Only you can send if you register a domain. But because I don't have a domain now, I'm just sending to my own email. And let's add the verification URL, which will be this URL. And let's add the username to be user.name. Like this. Now let's go ahead and create this send verification email. Open the sidebar. And we can create that in the lib actually. Send verification email. We just say export const send verification email, which will be an async function. what we need in here, we need the two. Let's destructure it. We need two. We need verification URL, and we need user name like this. So let's create a type above actually in here. We say type email props like this. Let's it's not an interface type, so let's add this one also. So we have a two, which will be a string. We will have a verification URL, also a string, and also user name is a string like this. And let's add the type here, email props. And now what we can do, let's go to Resend documentation. This is the Resend documentation. If you come down in here, it says how to send an email. This part, and copy that one. You can put this one in a try catch block, but I think for this simple email verification, we don't need a try catch, but it's up to you if you want to put it in a try catch block. So we also need to create the resend instance. We can do that by using this one, and below the type, let's paste it here, or you can do above the type. Let's do above the type like this. Let's import resend also like this. And now email template, we don't have this one yet. We are going to create this very soon. And this from, we should change this one. Let's go ahead and add this in .env file. Email from. Let's add it like on. If you have a domain registered with resend, you can add like no reply at yourdomain.com. But because we don't have a domain registered, so a resend only allows us to send from onboarding at resend.com like this. Let's change this one to be a process.env.email from like this. And let's make sure it exists like this. And two, the two we already have, we configured in auth that we are receiving as a prop here. So the two is two, and the subject, let's say welcome to Better-Auth Next. And to create the template, let's name it email verification template, or let's do verification email like this, and let's pass verification URL to be verification URL and the username to be username like this. The file gives us an error because it is the extension is TS and we are adding a JSX element here. Let's change this to TSX and remove this error. And now let's go and create this template. Okay, we don't need this two also, and we don't need this two also. Okay, directly, not under the app, directly under the root of the project, I'm creating a new folder, but it doesn't matter. You can create anywhere. Let's do emails, emails or email, I don't know, emails, and then do verification email.tsx. And what we can do here, let's go to React email, React email here. Let's find the template. This is one of the templates. Let's see the welcome to I think this looks a nice one. Let's copy this code, copy this one, not download. I mean copy, and then let's paste it in our file like this. We don't need this one. For the koala email, let's change it to verification email props like this. Let's remove this one. Let's remove this one also. Verification URL. We also need username and username. And we also need application name. For the application name, we say Better-Auth Next, like this. Let's do verification URL, which is a string, and let's do user name, also a string, and let's do app name, also a string. Do we need to pass the app name? I don't think, but let's add it for now, like this. Okay, perfect. And instead of this user first name, username, I think that's it. Let's change this one to welcome to, let's see, welcome to Better-Auth Next. I think we don't have any image. Let's remove this one. We don't have a logo. Where we change this to verify your email. For this preview, let's change this. We will say your email for, and then we add the app name like this. For example, we say verify your email for Better-Auth, like this. And then we have changed this one, confirm your email, and then verification URL should go here. Verification URL. I think we don't need this text here. And we need to change this one to, let's say, if you did not create an account, you can safely ignore these email, like this, something like this. And let's change this one also. Welcome to Better-Auth, and then thank you for signing up for, and then let's do app name. Please confirm your email address by clicking the button below, like this. Okay, our email template is ready. We don't need this base URL. It's looking good. And let's go back here and let's import it from emails and then verification email, like this. It's verification. Okay. And let's make the app name actually optional. App name to be optional, like this, and then the error goes away now. I think we are all good to go. And let's import this also. We created this function, let's import it. And now let's check. Let's close all these things. Let's keep this one open for now. I also have my email Gmail open here. Now let's check to see if our app is sending an email to me or not. And let's go to sign up. Sign up again. Again, we have like this thing. Okay, let's fix this one. Where was this sign? What we did in sign in form? In the card footer, we added flex column and wFall, and then these two classes. Okay, let's do the same for sign up. In card footer, here, class name, flex a column, wFall like this. It should fix it. Okay, perfect. And now let's go back to a temp email and copy this one. And if you enter your name, let's, I don't know, let's add the email first. And let's do this one. Password will be, I think this email already exists. We need to change this. Change the email address. Let me use a different temporary email provider. Email. And let's use this one. Let's see how this one is. This is looking better. We copy this one and let's remove this. Let's remove this and paste this new email. Do the name this one, and password will be user1234, user1234. And let's click on sign up. I think it's sending email. Okay, sign up successful. Okay, if we go to resend, in resend logs, if you open it, says that the resend.com domain is not verified. So I think I did a mistake in our VS Code. If we check in .env, it is not .com, it should be .div, like this. Now let's try again. Let's add a new temporary email. Let's change this one and copy. And this time, let's change the email to be this username also, or the name. And now this time, click on sign up. It says sign up successful. I should receive an email. Yes, I think I have received an email. As you can see, it's onboarding. Perfect. And as you can see, the title is also saying welcome to Better-Auth. And this is our nice and beautiful email template. Perfect. Verify your email. You can put this one in a card and whatever you like. So this is really, really looking beautiful. Let's click on verify your email. And as soon as we clicked and verified our email, now we are redirected back to homepage, which means our login was successful. Perfect. And to make sure that it works, let's add our auth utils. In our VS Code, let's close all these files, all these open editors, and this one's also. Let's go inside the lib folder, create a new file, auth utils.ts. Remember, I told you that we are not going to use middlewares or proxies. That's why we are going to create this one. So the first thing that I'm going to create will be export const auth session. And then it will be an async function. And let's do try catch. And in the catch for now, let's just do throw new error. We can say authentication failed like this. But in the try, let's do const session will be auth, this server-side auth that we created here, auth.api.get a session like this. And then we need to pass a headers, and then we get headers from next headers. Oh wait, headers. like this. And we come down here, we check if there's no session through new error. And let's say unauthorized, no valid session, no valid session found, like this. Otherwise, if it exists, let's just return the session. As simple like this. And now we come down here, export another function. We say require auth, or let's say auth is required. Auth is required. Now, let's make a sync function. And now what we can do here, we just grab the session that we created above, await auth session, which is this function. And now we will check if not session, if no session, if session doesn't exist, we just redirect. We can import redirect from next navigation. We need to redirect to /sign in like this. Otherwise, if the session exists, just return the session like this. Let's copy this function and we say auth is not required. This time we check if session exists. They should not be able to go to login page. We just redirect them to home page like this, and we don't need the return to return any session. And now we can use this one in our pages. But before that, if I show you in home page, because we are already logged in, I still can go to sign in and sign up. I still can go to sign in and I still can go to sign up. But if I add this now, this auth utils to our auth in sign in page, let's make this an async function. Let's do await auth is not required like this. And let's do the same for sign up page also. Make this an async function. And let's do auth is not required like this. Okay, and now we are in home page. If we try to go to sign in page, it should redirect us back to home page. Yes, it's redirecting us back to home page. Perfect. We finished sending email verification. We finished auth sign in and sign up. And we also created our auth utils. Okay, now let's start by creating our profile page. So we should be able to update our profile. I'm going to sidebar and inside component, let's create a new file. We will name it update profile and let's export default function update profile. Okay, now let's immediately return something. Actually, we can copy exactly the same thing that we have in sign in and sign up, and then we can copy exactly this form. And let's come here and paste it here. Let's change the name to the update profile like this. Now let's start by changing the form schema, and let's create an interface also. In the interface, we will name it like, let's say, profile form props. We need email, which is a string. We need name, which is a string. We also need the image, which is also string. We also need two-factor enabled, which is a Boolean. And now let's come down in here. Let's update them to be name, email. You start with email, and then it's email. And then we don't need minimum for email. Enter a valid email like this. And then the second one is name, and then this one will be string. Enter a valid name. Let's do minimum also. Dot min, and then minimum is 3. Enter a valid name. And then let's do image. Image is required like this. I confirm password we don't need. Let's remove min from here. And this should be all good. Let's remove this refine. And now in here, let's straight away destructure and the props that we need. We need name, email. Let's destructure it, profile form props. And we need to destructure name, email, and the image, and also two-factor enabled or not. And now let's come down here. We need name, email, and image by default an empty string. Form schema, we are not going to change that. And on submit, before we change this one, let's go down and update the UI. We have a card that's okay, that's looking good. Let's make our card, let's change the class. Let's do W full, and then max width SM border. Let's do border 0, and the shadow none, like this. For the card header, we will say, let's do actually like this. Update your details. And card description, we don't need this one. Card content, we need a form. We have the form. And instead of sign up form, let's rename it to sign in form. Actually, update profile form, update profile like this. Let's make the gap to be a bit more. I think we can do 6. Name is okay. Email is okay. This part we don't need. And then confirm password also we don't need. I think we don't need this card footer at all. Yes. We don't need the card footer at all. Let's remove this whole card footer. We have a very nice and clean form here. And now we don't need this to function. We will change this authClient.signup to authClient.updateUser. Email, if we check Better-Auth documentation, to update the email, it has a different function. It's not update user. In the update user, we are only able to update name and image. For image, we will do data.image like this. Profile updated successfully. So for the image, we will use the upload thing. Let's go and create an upload thing account. So let's go to upload thing. I already have an account here. You can go and create an account. Create a new project now. Let's name it Better-Auth Next. Let's click on create and go to API keys. This is our API key. Copy this one and paste it in your VS Code. Let's open the .env file and paste it here. Let's go now and check the documentation. Click on docs and then Next.js app router. install the package. I'm going to shut down my server. The package has been installed. Let's run our server again. Okay, now let's come here. And now what we can do inside the app API upload, create a folder, upload thing, and then core.ts. Let's copy this one. Let's close these two files. We will keep this update profile open, and let's go to sidebar, and then under app, we have API. Let's create upload thing, and then in upload thing, let's create a core.ts and paste it, the one that you copied. We don't need this fake authentication. And then let's remove all these comments, session, which will be await auth session. It will create auth session, yes. And then instead of not user, we will check if not session. If it is the user is authorized, and then we can send the user ID. We can do that like session.user.id like this. Let's remove this comment also. We don't need request, I think. Okay, let's go back to documentation. What else we need? If you come down, now we need a route.ts where we created the core. Now let's create a route. Remove the comments if you don't like. And the rest should be exactly the same. Go back to documentation. And now let's create this one inside the utils. Okay, let's go to utils folder. We don't have utils, but we have lib. And we will create inside the lib upload thing.ts. And it's all looking good. So, but this one, we don't have that. We have like this app API upload thing and then core. Let's close all these files. We don't need them again. And now let's go back to documentation. We are using Tailwind version 4. Let's add this style, Tailwind, and then let's go back to our VS Code and paste it inside this global.css like this. So now what we can do, we have to create an image upload component. Okay, let me close this file. We don't need that anymore, and we need a file, and we only need a file. We will name it image upload. And now what we can do, we can actually grab some things from here. Let's copy this one and paste it here. But we don't need a home page. We need to change this to image upload. And then let's change this one to be this symbol. Oh, we don't have utils. Sorry, it's lib. We have that inside the lib. And if you check it, inside the lib, we have this upload thing, this one. And why still we have issue here? Oh, I think we created that inside the auth. Let's fix that one first. Okay, I'm going to in here. Let's take it out of the auth and put it inside the API like this. Now it's inside the API, and this error should go away. And now in image upload, let me show you again. As you can see, we have upload button and upload drop zone like this. So we can use currently we are using upload button, but we will change it to upload drop zone. Let's change it, upload drop zone like this. And in the upload drop zone, let's create a type here or an interface image upload drops like this. And what we need, the default URL. We need the default URL if image already exists. Let's make it optional, and it will be a string. And unchange, let's do unchange. Let's make the unchange also optional. Let's make this one also either a string or null, like this. And what else we need? We need the endpoint, which is a key of our file router. This one, you can import that from app API upload thing core. Perfect. Now let me close the sidebar. And now what we can do in here, let's come and straight away destructure the props that we need. Image upload props, and what we need from image upload props, we need default URL, on change, and endpoint like this. Now let's add the two state. We will do value and then set value. Use state. And let's make it by default to be default URL. Or if default URL doesn't exist, let's do it null. We can assign a type here to be either a string or null. Let's also create another state, and we will say const show drop zone, and then set show drop zone like this. By default, it is, let's use state, and it is a boolean. This boolean is by default. If default URL doesn't exist, it's false. If it exists, if default URL doesn't exist, we will show the drop zone. But if default URL exists, we will show the image. We will not show the drop zone. Okay, and now let's come down here. Let's finish our drop zone. Endpoint, we have endpoint like this. Why it's not? I forgot to add an E here. And this one also endpoint. Okay, perfect. Now it's working. Endpoint, and then we need a content. We don't need all these rubbish things. Let's do content. For the content, you can say, like, let's do label. It's either the value, if we have the image. If there is no image, we will say drop or click to replace the image. If there is an image, or we will say like this. Otherwise, we will say drop or click, drop or click to upload an image like this. This is the content. And for the appearance, let's style that a little bit. This is the appearance of the upload component container. I'll add a class name to container rounded XL, and also we'll add some borders to that. On client upload complete, which will be a function. Let's take the response from that function. Let's do constant, and then URL will be this response, if response exists, and then we will grab the first one, and then let's make sure it exists. Dot URL like this. If URL, we will check it here. If URL, then we will set show drop zone be false, because we should hide the drop zone and we should show the image. Now let's create a function to update the value also. Handle change image, and inside this, let's set value to be URL, and let's onChange, update the onChange function also to be URL. Let's make sure it's optional. Let's update this one also. Handle change image URL like this. We will pass the URL to that function. For right now, we only have, if we don't have an image, we will show the upload drop zone. But if we have an image, what we need to do? So let's go down. Let's change this main to a div. And let's remove the classes relative like this. Oh, I forgot a dot here. Sorry for that, for the little mistake, because it's optional. So if we put a question mark, we need to put a dot also. And now let's do if an image exists. If not, show drop zone, and the value already exists, we need to return a div. And then let's style this a little bit. We add a class name, and let's do relative for this one. Let's straight away add the image from next image like this. And let's add some other classes also. We will do W, like maximum weight should be 100 pixel. And also let's do height also to be 100 pixel. And let's do shadow LG. And let's do overflow hidden and also rounded full like this. And now let's add the image props. SRC will be the value that we will get from either default URL or when we upload. And then let's add the class name. We will do object cover. Let's make sure it fills the parent div or element. And let's also add an alt. For the alt, we will, I don't know what we need to say, user image for now, but we can update this to be the specific username. Okay, I think I am going to add a button. To add a button, we need to add another extra div here, and let's make it relative also. So relative, and paste that back. And now let's add a button. Let's do div and then add a class name. Let's do margin top to be 3, and then flex, and then gap 2 like this. Now let's add a button. You can add a normal button, or let's do the button from Components UI. Now let's add a class name to this button. We will do position absolute, rounded full, and let's do right to be 0, and from top also to be 0. We need BG to be white. We need opacity to be 60. And when we hover over, opacity should be 100. Let's also do shadow to XL. And let's do P2, and then margin also 2, and cursor pointer like this. So this is our button. And in the label of this button, let's add a trash icon from Lucid React like this. Okay, perfect. I think we are all good to go. Now let's go to update profile page, update profile component, and where we added name and email. So email, let's make this one to be disabled. So nobody should be able to update their email from here because it's not possible with the update user. And below that one, let's create another controller. And in here, let's do image. And then we will use the image upload component. remove this input. And then instead of this input, let's do image upload. Yes. So image upload. And then this image upload, what it expects endpoint, the endpoint will be image uploader. The default URL will be field.value like this. On change, we will take the URL field.on change and then do this URL, which we will receive from this image upload component. It's all looking good, except we need a button. Let's open the sign in component and copy the button from here. We will need this button and update profile. Let's come down before we close the form. Let's paste a button, and then in this button, let's do update profile like this. I think the button got imported from somewhere else. If I check, it's from React Picker. It should import from components and then UI button like this. Now let's change the default values. So if we have default values, we don't need them to be empty empty string, right? We need to pass the actual values like image and name and email. And for the two-factor enabled, we will create that soon. But now let's go and create a page. Under the app, let's create a folder, make it organizational. I will name it dashboard. And then inside this dashboard, let's create another file. We will name it update profile. And then inside this, let's create a page.tsx. Inside this page, we can copy the contents from this page because they are very similar. Let's paste it here. And let's change it from home to update profile. As you remember, we created these functions in our lib auth utils. Either our authentication is auth is required or auth is not required. So let's use that in here. So if someone is not authenticated, it should be redirected. They should be redirected to login page. When auth is required like this. Let's make this function async and let's create an action folder, actions. And then inside this actions, let's do user.ts. In this user.ts, let's mark this as use server. And let's export async function update profile. First, let's check if the user is authenticated or not. We will do cast session is await auth session. And if not session, if session does not exist, we will throw error unauthorized user, or just say unauthorized like this. If session exists, we can grab the user. We say find user and then await. We do db. From libdb, you can import it, db.user.findUnique. We do where, and then ID is session.user.id like this. And we don't need the full user object. We just need to select email true, name true, image true, two-factor enabled true. We don't have this two-factor enabled yet, but we will create that soon. And now let's return the user like this. We can go back to our page and now remove this one. Let's add some style to this class, to this div. We just do w full P6 and shadow, let's do shadow LG, rounded to XL, and the height is full. Let's do flex and gap 6 like this. And now let's bring update profile form, update profile like this, and let's pass the, actually let's get the user first, update profile from actions, and now let's pass the whole user here. Oh, actually, because we have some of them undefined, we can't pass it like that. We have to pass it like one by one. Email will be user.email because that was required. Name will be user.name. Image will be user.image, or empty string. Let's make sure for the name also or empty string. And what else we need? Two-factor enabled. And let's make this one user.two-factor enabled, or by default, let's do false. Okay, we are getting this error and says user is probably null, and we will check it here. If no user, if user doesn't exist, just redirect. We import redirect from a Next navigation, redirect it to /sign in. Let's change this one to upload profile page. So now this update profile should be auto imported, and now it is looking good. Okay, now if we go in our browser and check this update profile, open Neon and then Better-Auth Next. Let's go to tables, and we have a bunch of users here. So let's grab this one. Grab it and then put the email, the password. I think it was user1234. And now click on sign in. Okay, now we are in home page. If we go to update profile now, we are getting this error. I think I know why. Because if we go to our VS Code, we can see that this image upload, the name is still email. It should be image like this. And now if we go and check our browser, it's all looking good. Let's add another card here to be, so we should be able to update our password also. Let's go back to our VS Code. Let's close them. Okay, in components, let's create a new file and we will name it change password. Let's copy the update profile, or I think it will be very similar to sign up. Let's copy whatever we haven't signed up. And now let's paste it here, and let's change the sign up to be change password form like this. Let's also change the form schema. Most of the form schema will stay the same. So we don't need name. We don't need email. We will remove these two. And instead we need a new password. So instead of password, I will say new password. We will also need the current password. We will say if data.new password will be data.confirm new password. Confirm new password like this. And let's do this one also. Confirm new password. Let's change this password to be new password. Confirm new password and a current password like this. If you go down, let's change the UI first. We will do this one, update your password, and we don't need the card description. We don't need name here. We just need a current password. This one also current password, and the rest should stay the same. We don't need email. We need new password, and here also new password, and confirm new password. Confirm new password like this. And we don't need this extra controller. We don't need this card footer, except we need the button, I think. And let's paste the button in here. Update password or change password. This one also, let's make type password, and this one also type password. And now let's remove these two functions. And now we should change this one. Instead of auth client.signup.email, we will do auth client.change password. Change password like this. And we don't need name and email. Let's do new password, data.new password. Current password will be data.current password like this. Your password has been changed successfully. And now let's go and use this in our page. So if you go up under the app, and then let's close all these files, and then under the app, we have this dashboard and then update profile. Okay, let's bring it here. Change password for like this. If we check our browser now, you can see that we have this form also. So we will be able to update our password also. I think let's change this button style to match these buttons. It doesn't look nice like that. Let's go back to our VS Code, open image uploader, and then here, let's add a button style to be BG black like this. Okay, as you can see, it's not changed. Let's make that to be important. So it should change it now. As you can see now, it has been changed. Okay, perfect. We can change our password, we can change our name and image, and I think this user right now doesn't have an image. Let's add an image for this user. Choose a file, and let's choose this one and click on upload. Now click on upload one file, and now we don't have this domain in our next config. Let's add that. We go to next config. So let's do images. It's an object, and then it has remote patterns, and remote patterns is an array of objects. We need protocol, which is HTTPS hostname. You don't need to add protocol, but it's up to you. Now let's refresh our browser. Now let's upload the image again. Click on choose file, and now click on upload one file. And now, as you can see, this is our image. And let's style this a little bit better. We will move this this icon let's move it to the right side. We go to image upload. We don't need the button at all. Let's remove the button. And let's add some style to this itself, class name, and then absolute, and then let's do text row 600 like this. Actually, let's do left. Let's do left. Let's do 40. And let's see now. It's looking better, but I think we can move it a bit up. I think it's all good, looking good. And now let's update the profile. These buttons also should be a cursor pointer. Class name, cursor pointer. And also let's do the same thing for update profile component. Class name, cursor pointer like this. And now let's click on update profile. I can click multiple times when it's updating. So you can see profile updated successfully, but we should disable it when we are updating the profile. disable, and we can apply the same logic that we applied here if form.formState is submitting is true. I do the same thing for change password also. Disable, and then paste that. And now if we change this username to be user, and let's update profile again. As you can see, it was disabled, but the update was so quick. Okay, behind the scenes, I have added a little bit style to this button and updated these two buttons. So they were full weight, but now they are smaller. And now let's go ahead and change this background color also. Let's make it white. If I go to VS Code and then in app, under the dashboard, let's create a new file, layout.tsx, or we can copy this layout. Let's copy this one and paste it under the dashboard like this. And now let's remove everything, these things, and change the root layout to dashboard layout. Dashboard layout, we don't need all this stuff. We just need a simple div, and then let's remove this also and bring this children inside this div. And let's add a class name to this div. And let's do w full, and let's do minimum height will be device view height, minimum weight device view weight, and let's also add background to be white. Now let's go to page, and in the page let's also add minimum height also to be device view height. Minimum height will be device view height like this. If we check in the browser, now let's go ahead and add the two-factor authentication. If you go to Better-Auth documentation and then click on plugins, click on two-factor, you can add it by using the Better-Auth CLI, or you can do it manually. I'm going to do it manually. To do it manually, click on schema, and now let's add this enable two-factor to our schema, and also create another model or another table, call it two-factor, and then add these fields: ID, user ID, secret, and backup codes. Let's do that. Schema.prisma, and we close these other two files, and in here let's add this one, and it is a boolean, and by default it should be false. And we will also add the two-factor, which will be of type two-factor, and it will be an array of two-factor. Let's create that two-factor model two-factor, and it has an ID. We can copy this one, and it has a user ID, which is string, and it has secret, also string, and the backup codes, which is also string. We will also need to add user, and then it will map to the user model. And let's add relation. Let's do references. References ID of the user table, and which field we should map to that ID. We should map the user ID, this one. We will also do on delete a cascade like this, and that's it. Let's also make sure that our table in neon will be two-factor. To do that, we will do a map two-factor, and this one will make sure that our table, when we create our table in neon, it will be two-factor. Okay, now let's go ahead and migrate this one. I'm going to terminal, and let's do npx prisma migrate div, and then enter. Let's enter a name for our migration. We will name it adding two-factor authentication. Adding to FA. Okay, our migration is done. Let's also do npx prisma generate, npx prisma format, and also npx prisma generate. The format will make sure that our schema is formatted nicely. As you can see, they're all in a line. And let's do npx prisma generate, npx prisma generate. The generate will make sure that when we want to access the two-factor and whatever in the Prisma, up to now that we created, we will have the auto completion for that. And now let's run our server. Okay, let's go back to OBS Code. And let's close this one and open Auth client. We can do Auth client and Auth TS, both of them. Let's do Auth client first. And let's come here and we will need to add plugins. And this plugins is an array. And then we need to add two-factor client. Two-factor client like this. I don't know, it cannot find it, but we can import it manually. Import a two-factor client from Better-Auth, and then client, and then plugins, like this. And now let's go ahead and add in auth.ts also, add two-factor, and then this two-factor, we need to pass an object to that, OTP options. First, let's import this two-factor. I cannot find, let's import it manually. Import two-factor, Better-Auth, and then plugins, like this. Let's go down, and now here, OTP options. OTP options will be an object. We will need to create an async function. Create an async function. Name it whatever you want, but I will name it send OTP, or I can name it send OTP like this. And then we need to pass the first argument, but first argument we don't need it, and then we just need OTP code. So, and then actually this one should be send OTP, but the other one, this one, you can name anything that you want. Send OTP email, we need to pass 2. In here, I will write my own email and then the actual OTP code that we have access to that in here. Okay, now let's create this send OTP email. In our email, if you go to emails and under the lib, let's create a new file, send OTP email. And we can exactly copy this one. And let's paste it here. But in here, we only need a 2. 2 will be a string, and also OTP, which will also be string, like this. And then here also, let's do a 2 and OTP. And let's change this one to send OTP email. For the subject, let's change it to your login code. Your login code like this. And then instead of verification email, we will change it to OTP email. And we need to pass only the OTP. Like this. Now let's create this OTP email in here. Let's copy actually the verification, and then we will paste it here and rename it to OTP email. OTP email like this. We just need OTP, which will be a string, and then verification email props. Let's change it to OTP email props. For now, we only need OTP like this. Verification email, and let's change it to OTP email. And let's change the preview to be your login code for, and then instead of app name, we just need to paste this hard-coded one, Better-Auth next. I think let's move this one down. I'll copy this one and paste it here. Let's change this one. Please find your OTP, your code to log in below. And then we will have the OTP here, OTP. And then let's change this one to be, let's make 40 pixel, make it bigger. And we don't need this section at all. Not this loading. I think we will change this 16 to be 40. This one, let's make back to 20. Tailwind is complaining. It's saying that you can write like this, loading 5. If you did not request a code, you can safely ignore this email like this, and then export default OTP email like this. Now let's go to send OTP email. Let's import this. Import from emails, OTP email. Okay, the error goes away. And then the auth, let's import this one also. Why it's not autocomplete? Import send OTP email from send OTP email like this. It's OPT email, sorry. It should be send OTP email like this. Okay, perfect. Now let's close all these files. In components, we have update profile, change password, and let's also add another file. We can copy exactly what we have in update profile. We will name it toggle OTP dot toggle OTP form dot tsx like this. And then let's change these things. We will, instead of profile form props, we will change it to toggle OTP props like this. We only need two-factor enabled, which is a Boolean. And let's make sure in here, we will need a modal or a dialog to enter a password, because every time we toggle, we want to enable or disable our OTP, it will ask for a password. So we need to pass our password. We say password, and then password is of type z.string, and then let's do minimum dot minimum password minimum length should be 6 character, and then say if it is not 6 character, invalid password like this. And then here let's do two-factor enable, and for the default values let's do password, and then by default it's an empty string. Now on submit, we are not going to change, we will change this one soon, but for now let's go down and update our UI first. I think I'm going to remove all this card, and I'm going to add a div, and then this div will have a class name. Let's do flex justify between, and also items center like this. And let's do a label. Make sure you import label from UI labels like this. And let's add the enable two-factor authentication. Two-factor enable or disable. Let's do enable or disable two-factor authentication, and let's add a switch from UI switch. And now let's add the checked when the switch is checked, when the two-factor is enabled, and unchecked change. Unchecked change, let's do handle switch, handle change, or whatever you name it, or toggle. I don't know. We will create this function soon. Let's wrap all of them in a fragment. And let's create this function now. Let's go up. Before on submit, we will do a handle change. Let's make it a function. Actually, let's create an state first. We will do it is open, and then set is open. Use state from React. By default, make it false. And then in here, let's do set is open to be true. And now let's bring our dialog. So let's come down, dialog, from UI dialog, and then dialog content from UI dialog. And let's also add dialog header. Dialog header. And let's also add dialog title. Dialog title. And in dialog title, we will make it conditional. We will check if not two-factor authentication enable. If not two-factor, then we will say enable two-factor authentication. But if it is already enabled, we will say disable two-factor authentication. Let's add a dialog description first. Dialog description, and then in dialog description, let's do please confirm your password, and then let's add another conditional. We will do again two-factor enabled. If it is two-factor is enabled, we will say not enabled, we will say enable, otherwise we will say disable. Please confirm your password to enable or disable 2FA in your account, like this. And now below the dialog header, let's create a form. You can copy the form from update profile. Actually, we can use one of the controllers. Let's do this one, and we can do the whole form up to here. And let's go back here and paste it like this. We need to close the form, field group, and controller. Controller is self-closing actually. Form and field group at the end. Field group and also form, like this. Now try to save it, but before that, let's import this field group. Okay, name we don't have, we have a password like this, and let's also add password here, and let's also add a type password. We also need to grab the button. We can grab this button, and then let's paste it just before the form. In here, a type is submit, and then a spinner. Everything else is correct, except let's change this one to enable or disable two-factor authentication. Enable. Let's actually copy this label from what we have in here. Enable two-factor authentication and disable two-factor authentication, like this. We come here. Let's do 2FA. So the button is not too big. Okay, now let's change this form. And this one should be await auth client.twofactor.enable, and then we need to pass only the password. the password can be like data.password, but I want to make it shorter, and I can grab it directly from data here. Destructure it, password like this. And now I don't think we need on success. We may need, but I'm going to remove it from here now. I'm going to do it in a different way. I'm going to save this in a variable. Actually, I'm just directly grabbing the error, and then in here we will check if error. If there is error, we will just do a toast message, toast.error, and then error dot message. But if there is no error message, we will do toast.success, and then we say two-factor authentication enabled. But this one is only for enabling. We should also allow people to disable two-factor authentication. To do that, I'm going to cut this one, and I just check if there is already two-factor authentication enabled, then we will do this one and make it disable and two-factor authentication disabled. Otherwise, let's make it enable like this. Okay, now let's finish our dialog, because in our dialog, since we don't have, we should have something like dialog trigger like this, but I don't want to add that. Instead of that, every time we want to click on the switch, it should pop up, the dialog should open or close. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to do open is open. And on open change, let's grab the open, and then let's do a set is open is equal to open, whatever is this open. If it's false, this one will be false. If it's true, it will be true. Okay, perfect. I think we are all good. Okay, let's go to our page, which is in app, and then dashboard, update profile page. Let's add it here, and it needs two-factor enabled or not. Two-factor enabled, and let's do user dot two-factor enabled like this. Okay, perfect. Now let's go ahead and check in our browser. We should have this form now. Okay, as you can see, we have this enable and disable two-factor authentication. If we click, it will ask for password. And but let's style this a little bit. I think it's not looking really good. So what we can do, let's go ahead and style this one. In our page, let's do items star. If we check it now, it's very at the top, but let's add a similar heading to that. Update your password, update your detail. We will also say enable and disable two-factor authentication like that. Let's go back to a form, and if we open update profile, we go up, we have this card. Let's copy the card, and instead of this fragment, we will paste this card, and we will close it here also. Card content, and then card, the actual card, like this. And now instead of update your details, enable or disable two-factor authentication. Enable and disable two-factor authentication. And this label, let's make it conditional like this. Let me close all these files. Okay, now let me open the sign in. Sign in. Let's remove this message, and we are going to do const, we grab the data and error, and we will say await auth client dot two-factor dot send OTP like this, and then we pass an empty object. I think we don't need data here. We just need the error. In case if there is any error, we will check for error here. If any error, and then we will do toast dot error and then error dot message like this. And at the end, we will do router dot push. We will push to two-factor. We don't have this file yet, but we will create it soon. Now let's create this two-factor page. We go to under the app, and then under auth, we have to create another folder. We will name it two-factor, and then let's create a page. We can copy this page, copy and paste it here, two-factor page or two-factor code page. Two-factor code page. Authentication is not required, and then instead of sign-in form, we will do OTP code form. Okay, let's create the OTP code form also. Let's save this one for now. Let's go to components. We can do exactly like the toggle OTP form. We can copy this one and paste this, create a new file, OTP code form .tsx. And let's paste this one. And now let's change something here. The first thing is OTP, like instead of toggle form, we will do OTP code form like this. And then instead of toggle props, OTP code props like this. And we don't have the two-factor enabled. Instead, we have code, and code is of type string. Let's also change this one to be code because we need the code. And invalid code. Our code should be exactly 6 characters. Let's do the code by default to be empty. Okay, I don't think we need this these two functions. Let's change the on submit. Instead of this one, we say code, and the auth client dot two-factor dot verify like this, and then we pass the code like this. Oh, it's verify OTP, sorry. Verify OTP, and then we pass the code. If we get any error, we will show the error like that. But otherwise, let's remove the else part. We don't need if also here. We don't need if. We can actually do our normal thing that we were doing. Like instead of creating a variable, we can do, let's do this one. Let me clear everything, and let's do the standard way, which is like this. We create an object, and then we do on success, and then on success, let's do an async function. And what we are going to do, we just need to do router dot push and push to home page. But on error, and then we grab the ctx, and then we just do toast dot error, and then ctx dot error dot message. ctx dot error dot message. We don't have this router. Let's create that one. In here, I'm going to do const router, and then use router from next navigation. In here in the card title, we will say enter your OTP code. We just need W full here, W full, and then let's come down and let's straight away add the form. We don't need this one also. This is the switch and dialog. We don't need dialog also. We just need directly our form. Let's remove everything related to dialog. And if we save, let's change this one to be code. And this one also code. Let's remove this one. Instead of update profile form, let's change this one to be OTP code, and then let's remove this profile. We will also need to change this button. We just need to say verify. We don't need this part. We are not receiving the code from as a prop, so we don't need this one, and we don't need an interface like this. Let's remove them. And then if we go to our page now, instead of sign in form, let's do OTP code form like this. Save it. And now it should be all working. Let's go to our to our browser, and now let's try to enable two-factor authentication for this user. The username is Sepoch. Let's enable it. I'm going to enter the email, the password, user1234, and enable two-factor authentication. That button is spinning. That's a bit strange. Profile updated successfully. I think I forgot one thing here. Toggle OTP form, the ID. This one should be toggle OTP form like this. And now if we try to update it again, let's do it again. Enable 2FA, a two-factor authentication enabled. Okay, perfect. We have to close this one after once our action is done. Let's do that one, fix this issue. So on success, let's do router. Let's create a router first. Router is use router from next navigation. And then let's use this router.refresh. At the end, let's add finally also. Let's set is open to false. So now let's try again, and then user 1234, and then click on enable 2FA. And as you can see, that two-factor authentication is now enabled. Okay, let's clear the session and the cookies, and let's try to log in again to see if we are getting a two-factor code. So if I refresh this page now, it should redirect us back to sign in. Let me go to Neon, and then here let's grab this email. I come here, paste it, and then do user 1234. Click on sign in. As you can see, we redirected to enter your OTP code. If I open my email, you can see that I have this onboarding email. Actually, the title shouldn't be onboarding and then your login code. We will change the title soon, but once you click on your login code, and this is the code, please find your code to log in below. If we copy this code and then go back to here and then paste it and then verify OTP, and now we are redirected to homepage. Perfect. Amazing job. Clear the session again. If I go to you update profile, it should redirect us back to sign in. But now let's add the rate limit. So if you go here in Better-Auth documentation, let's search for rate limit. And if you click on that, and this is the option, the window like in how many seconds, how many trying option you want to allow for your users to sign in. For me, I will allow in 10 seconds, I will allow 2 tries. Let's do that. If I go back to VS Code, and also behind the scenes, I updated this schema.prisma because Prisma version 7 released, and I updated the code also. So we are now using Prisma version 7. So in version 7, previously we had something like this URL, but we don't have that anymore in version 7. And also in schema.prisma, let's actually not schema.prisma, db.ts, where we configure our Prisma. Prisma is now in version 7, has adapter for every database provider like Postgres, MySQL, and whatever. For example, in this case, because we are using PostgreSQL, we have to install Prisma adapter PG, and then we are configuring it like this. The rest should stay the same. Let's close them, and let's go to auth.ts, and then here let's do rate limit. And now let's enable it to be enabled true, and the window in 10 seconds. How many retry I should allow my users to try? I'll do max 2. Okay, perfect. Now let's go ahead and try to sign in a few times. I'm going to grab that email again, and if I try to enter some wrong password, 1, and then 2, and then 3, it should block me now. And now it is blocking me. Too many requests. Please try again later. And now let's add the forgot password option. If someone forgot their password, they should be able to reset their password. If we go to Better-Auth documentation, if you search, actually we don't need to search, we can go to concepts and then click on email. If you come down, this is password reset email. We copy this one. Let's copy this one, and let's go to our VS Code. Okay, now let's paste it here. When this is already here, so email and password we don't need here again. Let's remove one of them, and let's save this one, and then send email. Instead of this send email, we will do send request password email. Send request password email, like this. And we have the two. I will put my email here. I will do it later. And the subject, I will change reset. It's already reset your password. Let's do the URL. URL is URL. We remove everything here. Token, we don't need token. Okay, let's remove this user. We don't need the user. And then remove the request also. Send request a password email. We are going to create that one. Let's do send reset password. Send reset password email. If we go here, and then let's do it here. Let's copy what we have in send OTP email, and then copy this one. Let's paste it here. We will rename it to send reset password. And what we need subject, and we need to, and we need the URL. The subject, the to is already there, and then it's string, and then URL is also string, like this. Let's remove them to subject and URL. Instead of OTP email, let's say it request password email. And we are going to pass to and URL. To will be to, URL will be URL, like this. Now let's create this one. Okay, if we go to emails, let's close this, and then here, let's do request password email. And then let's grab OTP email, or we can we can do verification email because we will need a button, and then close this one, all of them for now. So let's paste it here and do request password email. Let's do it here, request password email like this. And what we need only a URL and to. Actually, I don't think we need to pass this to. You can pass the subject if you want, but I think we only need the URL. Okay. And then here, let's do reset your password. We don't need this subject actually from here. And even in the auth.ts reset your password, you can pass it from here. Let's actually, because we already have it, let's do it here. So subject, and then we have subject here. Okay, now we created this one, and if we go here, we only need URL, which is a string. Let's do here, let's copy this one because I think we need that one. URL, and then the app name, instead of this one, we just hard code it. Better-Auth next. Preview will say reset your password for Better-Auth like this. And the app name, this one also, let's do Better-Auth. And it's actually username. I don't think we need to pass the username. I'm just going to remove this one for now. Let me change this text to be, I will say we received a request to reset the password for better. Let's paste this one for Better-Auth next account associated with, let's say, I think we need 2 here, a 2, and then let's pass the 2. 2 is here, and then let's pass 2 here also. And let's receive 2 from in here also. 2 is a string. And here also let's do 2. Okay. Let's also add a heading here. Before this text, let's do heading. A heading. It's from React email components. And then in this heading, I will do it as a h1, and let's add a class name. Let's do mb3, and then text center. Let's do text to be 20 pixel like this, and then font semi-bold. Let's also do text black. Inside we say hello like this. We already have a button. Let's do this one to be URL like this. And then we say reset your password. If you did not, let's do this one, request for password reset. You can safely ignore this email like this. And now let's go to sign in page and add that option. We go down where we have a password in here, and let's copy this one. I'm going to cut it actually. I'm just going to cut the text from label, and then I'll do span, and then the first span I just paste this one, and then the second span I will do, and let me add a class to this one, class name, and then text blue 600 like this, and cursor pointer forgot password like this. And let's style this one also for field label. Let's do flex, and then items center, and let's do justify between. Let's add an on click event here. on click, and then we can do it inline here. We don't need to create a separate function. And what we need to do, we just need the router dot push to where we should push request password. And now let's create this request password component. Let me copy this one. Let's go to components and then request password form .tsx like this. We can actually copy this one, OTP form code. Let's copy this one and let's paste it here. It will be very similar to this. And let's rename it to request password form like this. For the schema, we only need email. And then let's do z.email. We don't need minimum here. Instead of invalid code, we will do invalid email if it is invalid. And then let's do here email. And here, let's grab email straight away. And then instead of verify OTP and two-factor, what we can do request password reset like this. And then let's do email. Let's make this blank for now. We will come back to that later. And let's go down. And then here, let's do enter your email. And then this name should be email. Let's change this one also to be email. Email. What else we can change? Let's add the type also to be email. Let's do type email. And then let's go down and the submit button. Let's change the OTP code to be reset password. Reset password. And let's change the button. Instead of verify, we will say send request. And the only thing that we need to do now, let's go up and create a new state here. Let's create a state. We will name it is email sent and set is email sent, and by default it's false. And on success, now let's change this one. If it is successful, let's just set is email sent to true. And now let's add a finally block here. In the finally block, set is email sent, we will set it back to false. And now what we are going to do, in below down here, we will check if email already sent. We will not show the form, but if email is not sent, we will show the form. Let's wrap all of these things in a fragment. And now let's check here, is email sent? If email already sent, we have to do, let's grab exactly the same card with the card content, and we paste it here, and let's close the card also. Card. Otherwise, if email not sent, we will show this one, and let's close it here like this. So instead of enter email, we will say check your email. Check your email, and then the cart content. Let's create a div. I'm going to add a class name, and let's do flex, and then w full p6 padding 6. A password reset link has been sent to your email like this. And let's add a button to go back to home page. And this button, let's do back to sign in. Back to sign in like this. And what we can do here, we can create an on click, and let's do router.push. router.push to sign in, like this. I think we are all good to go. Once we receive an email and then we click on this link, it should redirect us to a page, and let's create that page. But also we need this page also, request password form. Let's go up in app auth, create a new folder, request password, and then create a page inside it, page.tsx. Let's grab the content from here and let's paste it here. But instead of sign in form, we will say request password form. Okay, let's save it now and change this one to request password page, like this. It should be request password. It should exactly be request password, because in sign in, we are redirecting to request password. These two names should match, this one and the page name, this one. Okay, let's also create the reset password. I'm going to copy this one and paste it here, and then change the request password to reset password. And we are going to change the contents soon. Close all the editors and this one also. Now let's create the component first for the reset password. Let's grab this form content and create a new file, reset password form.tsx, and paste the content that you copied, and let's change it to reset password. We will need password, not email, and we also need it's z.string, not email, and let's also add minimum. Let's do min 6 character invalid password. Okay, and we also need a confirm password, which is also z.string, but we are going to refine it here. Refine, and then it's getting data or ref, whatever you name it. Let's do data, and then we will do data dot password should match data dot confirm password. If they don't match, we will show an error message, and then we will say passwords do not match. And then let's add a path. The path will be confirm password. Confirm password, like this. And let's update the default values, password and confirm password, and confirm password, like this. We don't need, I think, this one. Yes, we don't need that. We don't need email. We just need to grab password and confirm password. When we reset the password, we only need to pass the password. Password is password. Actually, it's not password. It's a new password. New password will be the password, like this. And let's change this to reset password, not request password. Reset password. And also let's pass the token. Token, and then we will pass the token, like this. From where we get the token, we should get the token from the URL. When we request the password and then we send an email, you remember we have a URL and we should grab that from URL. Let's do that here. Let's create a params here. We will do const, I don't know, let's do search params. Let's do params, and then let's do search the params, and let's get the token, which will be params.get token, like this. And now it's complaining about token. Let's make sure it's as string. We don't need confirm password here. We just need it for our front-end validation. And on success, let's just do router.push. We will push to homepage, and the rest is the same. The finally, we don't need the finally block here. Is email sent? We don't need that one anymore. And let's remove this conditional completely. And from down here also. And save it. And let's change this name to be email to be password. And let's add another one. Type also to be password. And this one also to be, let's do new password. And let's add another one, another controller. Let's do this one, confirm password. Confirm password. Confirm new password. Let's actually change this one also to be confirm new password. And this one also to be new password. Let's do this one to be new password. And let's change schema also. This one will be new password. Actually, let's do like new password like this and confirm new password. Like this. Data.password, new password is data.confirm new password like this. And let's change the path, confirm new password. And let's change it here, new password. And let's change this one also. Confirm new password, and this one also new password. And we don't need this one now. New password is matching new password. Okay, perfect. I think we are all good. It's a new password. And then instead of send request, we just say reset password. Okay, now let's update the page for this one. If you go up, did we update the function? Yes. So if you go in app and then auth and then reset password, let's bring the reset password form like this. Change this one also to be a reset password page. Like this. Okay, perfect. Now if we go and check it in the browser, we have a forgot password option here. If you click on this one, let's click it, and you are redirected here. Enter your email. Enter the email and then send request. I have received an email, but I don't know why this one didn't redirect me, and I received an email. If I open my email, as you can see, I have received onboarding. Let's click on that. And as you can see, we have a very beautiful email template. Okay, and now let's click on this reset your password. Click on that. In Better-Auth documentation, we need to pass a redirect also here. Redirect to, and make sure it is reset password. Now let's check it again. Let's try to send request again. An email has been sent to you. Okay, I received a new email, the new one. Now let's click on this one. And this time it should work. Okay, perfect. This time it's working. So now we need to set our new password. Let's do user1234. And for the confirm password, if you set like this, it says passwords don't match. User1234 like this. Click on reset password. Perfect. Now we are redirected to homepage, but this one is still not working. Why it's not showing us that an email has been sent to you? Okay, let's quickly fix those two issues. One of them is this one. It's not working properly right now. When the disable is working properly. If you try to disable, and then let's enter the password, user1234, click on disable. And as you can see, it has been disabled. But when I try to enable it, let's click on enable and then click on enable. It says two-factor authentication is enabled. Actually, it's behind the scenes. It's going ahead and creating the secret code and everything. But in the user table, it's not going to enable the two-factor enabled, which is a Boolean variable. It's not going to change that because it needs extra steps, for example, email verification or something like that, but we are going to skip that one. To do that, let's go ahead and in our VS Code, change that. And let's go down in here in the two-factor, let's do skip verification on enable. Let's make it false like this. Actually, not false. Let's make it true like this. And now let's also go to OTP code form. Actually forgot password. Request password. It's request password form, this one. And this one, as you can see, set is email sent at the finally block. It is always false. So we are going to remove this and set it here. Set is email sent, and we make it false here. Okay, cool. So now it should all work. Let's go to toggle OTP form, and in here, let's do in toast.success, let's do router.refresh also. Let's create a router first. We don't have the router, I think. Router we will do and import it from Next navigation. And let's use it here. Router.refresh like this. And let's do it here also. Router.refresh. Perfect. Okay, all looking good to me. And now I think if we check it in the browser, it should look all good. Let's click on enable two-factor authentication again. User1234 and click on enable. A two-factor authentication is enabled and this one is checked on. Perfect. And let's also add a sign out button. And then in layout, let's add a overflow hidden. Let's close it and then let's go to another layout, which is in dashboard, and then this layout. This one already has overflow hidden. Let's add a navigation here, nav, and then let's add a class name, w full flex, and let's do minimum height will be 16. Actually, we'll do height 16. Shadow LG, MX auto, and then max weight, let's do 7XL. Margin bottom to be 6, like this. Let's do overflow hidden. Let's add a background color also. BG in natural 50. Let's check in the browser now. And it's looking nice. Let's add actually a border, like a border radius, and fix this one also, rounded AMD. And let's go to page in here, update profile, and fix this one also, MX auto. And let's also add max W 7XL like this. And now it's looking beautiful. Okay, now let's add a logout button here. We can add a username here, so people can click on their username and then we show a drop down and log out, or just a button to log out. Let's do just a button to log out. I'm going back to layout, and then here where we created the nav, let's just do a simple button, sign out. And what we are going to say here, let's do on a click, and then this on click, await auth client dot sign out, like this. Let's make this async, like this. Let's do use client. Okay, in the nav flex, justify end, and the item center, PR6. And let's add a class name here also, cursor pointer, like this. If you go to sign in and sign up, sign in, we don't need this reset button. I'm going to remove it. We can do the same thing for sign up. Let's remove this reset button. This one, let's do flex column, and sign up and sign in, flex column. Let's add a W fold to this button also. And also let's bring this text below this button, and we will add a gap also, gap 2, like this. And let's bring this text here. We will do the same thing for sign up. Let's do gap 2, and let's move this one down, and let's add a class name here, cursor pointer, and then W4, and paste this one. Let's check it now. Now it's looking good, I think. Actually, we can change this forgot password also to be a link. Let's do that and sign in. We have it here, this one. And then instead of a span, let's change it to be a link. We can import the link from Next link. Okay, now it's looking better, I think. Now if you click, and then we can see the URL, and then click on that. It's coming here, enter your email. Let me enter my email and click on a send request. And now we are getting this one. Okay, perfect. An email has been sent to you and I received an email. Okay, cool. So now let's go back to sign in and sign in with our existing email and password. We don't need to change our password. And click on sign in. It should redirect us to a home page. Oh, actually, it sends us a two-factor authentication. So let me grab the code from my email. Let's paste it here. And now click on verify OTP. I'm redirected to home page. Now let's work on the user roles. Let me open Better-Auth. Click on plugins, and we are going to use the admin plugin. Click on admin. Again, I am going to do this one because I don't have Better-Auth CLI. I am going to do it manually. Click on schema, and then I need to add role band reason and expires in user table to user table, and impersonated by to sessions table. Okay, let's do that. Let's go to Prisma, schema.prisma, and then here let's add those things to the user. So I need role. Role will be a string and make it optional. Let's also add the band, which is also string. Let actually band, it should be Boolean actually. Boolean, but make it optional. The ban reason should be string, and also ban expires. This one will be date time, which is also optional. And let's also add the impersonated by to session table. Session, we come down here, we will do impersonated by, and it is a string, which is optional. Okay, cool. Now let's go ahead and migrate. Let me open my terminal. npm Prisma migrate div. And now let's add a name for our migration, adding authorization. Let's also do npm Prisma format. Okay, cool. And now run our server again. And what the format is doing, it's nicely formatting our schema. As you can see now, they are all in one line. Even in the user also, they are all in line now. Okay, let's close schema.prisma and come back here. Let's add the admin plugin. Let's do admin, and we can configure it here. But before that, let's create a permissions file. Let's go here, and in libs, let's do permissions. If we go to Better-Auth documentation, let's go up and let's find the permissions. Come down, you can see like custom permissions. Now let's create like this custom permission for us. I'm copying this one, and then here let's paste it. So we are importing a create access control. We are also importing default statements and admin AC. And then here we are defining the statements. We don't need this one. We don't have any resource called project. And this one just statements. And we also create like the AC. AC will be create access control and then pass the whole statement here. These are by default coming from Better-Auth. And in here, we also don't have a resource called project. In the admin rule, let's name it admin rule. You can name it whatever you want, but I will name it admin rule. And then AC dot new rule, and let's do this one. Will have access to users, a user table, and let's save it. And now let's also define a new rule. We will name it super admin. Super admin can delete admins also. Let's do super admin like this, and then rule. Super admin rule AC dot new rule. Admin AC, you can import, we already imported admin AC, and dot statement. So admin, super admin can do whatever he wants or she wants. Let's do export it. And okay, let's export this one also. We need to use them in auth later on. Actually, like admin rule can list users, reset their password and update a user, but cannot delete a user. So we will do that here. List a user, set password, and also update a user. Let's also create a user rule, like a default rule. user role, and user role new, not new, ac.new role, ac.new role, and then this one cannot do anything on the user. Like users can only see their profiles, update their own password, and whatever they want to do with their own thing, but they cannot list, update, set password, or delete other user. And now let's go down and export const roles, and we will assign user to be user role. We will do admin to be admin role, and let's do super admin to be super admin role. And then let's go down and export the type, also type role name. We will do a key of, and then type of roles, like this. Now let's go to auth.ts here, and now let's do AC. We can get AC from here. So oh, we haven't exported this. Let's export this one. Export AC, and now we can use AC here. AC. Let's import it manually here. Import AC from permissions, like this. Let's add the rules, the one that we created in permissions. I don't know why the auto import is not working, but let's add right now. Default rule will be user. Default role, let's do user, because we created a user rule, right? Admin rules will be an array, which will be admin and super admin. Okay, let's import this rule at the top. Roles, like this. Save it. Now let's also add this to our client, auth client, this one. And in the plugins, let's do admin client. Let's come down, admin client, like this. And let's pass AC from permissions, and then rules from permissions. We are all done, I think, with a configuration. And now let's go ahead and create a data table. Let me close all these open files. And let's go to ShadCN UI and create a data table. Data table, click on this one. We can actually copy this code, exactly this one. Let's copy this one and go to our components. Let's go to components, create a data table file, and let's paste it here. Data, we don't need this data. Let's remove this one also. But for column definitions, we can either keep it here or we can move it to a different file. But I think for this case, let's leave it here. We will keep this one the same, but instead of status, let's change this to a name, and this one also name. And do we need to capitalize? Yes, this is okay. And let's do name. And the next field is email. Okay, we are not going to change this one. It's sorting the email, but if you want, you can do like this. It's up to you. I'm going to keep it like this. The last one, let's do email verified. For the cell, let's just return this one. We don't need this, and we just need to return this simple text. And for the header, also let's just do text email verified, and let's do this one just capitalize like this. Raw dot get value, and let's do email verified like this. Let's also create a user prop at the top. So we come here. So we should change the payment to user prop. We will do export interface and then user props. What fields we need from the user. So we need the user ID, which is a string. We also need username, which is also string. Oops. Username string, role string, email string, and email verified, which is Boolean. And let's do a custom one, has a delete permission. We will do this one also, Boolean. And now let's pass this user props instead of this payment here. Okay, cool. Perfect. I think we didn't create one for role. Let's do role also. Email verified, but before that, let's do role. Copy this and paste here. Let's do role, and here role, like this. Okay, perfect. And let's create a page under the app, under the dashboard. Let's create a new folder. Let's do user management, and let's create a page in here, page.tsx. We can copy whatever we have in user profile and paste it in this page.tsx user management page like this. Authentication is required, yes. And we will get the user, not the user, but we will get users. We will do that soon. And let's remove them. We can actually create our options here, but I'm going to do that in a separate file because we need hooks, and I'm creating a separate file here. We will name it user management client or user client, something like that. User client.tsx. Export default function, and then let's do user management form like this. We will expect a users, and then this users will be of type user props. Users will be of type user props that we created in components data table. Okay. And let's also create an interface here. And not interface, a form schema. Form schema. Let's do z.object, and then this object. And now let's come down. We need name, z.string, and name, let's do dot minimum 3 characters at least. 3 character, and say name is required. Let's do email, z.email, and let's do email is required. Email is required. Another one is rule and z dot. This one is enum. Let's do enum and let's create enum here. Rules options. Actually, rule option, not rules options. And let's do user. We will have user. We will have admins. We will have a super admin like this. And let's put it here. Rule options. Rule options. And for the message, let's do rule is required. Rule is required. And we will also need to add password. Password, let's do z.string, and minimum password character should be 6. 6, and then password is required. Password is required, and make it optional. Optional like this. You may wonder why we are creating this form schema. This is because as a super admin should be able to create new users. So once they are creating a new user, this field will be required. Okay, now let's come down here, create a form. We will use React Hook form, use form from React Hook form, and we will add the sort resolver like this. And let's pass the form schema and default values. Let's add default values. Name is empty, string email is empty, and the rule, let's do undefined. Return, and then let's open a fragment, and in here we will do a dialog. The dialog title will say, let's make it conditional, user.id, and then if user.id exists, let's do edit user. Otherwise, if user.id doesn't exist, create user like this. This is the title of our dialog. And now let's create a form here. Let's do form from components UI form. Oh, actually, the form style has been changed. So we can just do form like this. And then let's do form field. Actually, we can copy from update profile or from one of our existing components. Let's do update profile. And if you go down, we can copy one of these fields. Let's copy this one. Let's create a field group first. Field group. And let's paste this one. Let's do copy this controller again. Let's paste this and make it email. And this one email. And let's also add a password, but password only if the user doesn't exist. If not, user.id. Oops, user.id. If not user.id, controller. Otherwise, we will add a null. So what we are going to do, if not user.id, we do password. And here password. Type password. And let's also add the rule. So let's paste this again. And this time, instead of input, we are going to use select. Pause the field, and let's come down, select trigger from components UI select, and let's add a class name also. We will do w full. So everywhere we click on the select box, we should be able to choose. Let's also add a select value, and add a placeholder. And this is a self-closing tag. Placeholder, let's do, I don't know, role like this. And let's do select content here. Select content. And in the select content, let's map through the role options. Role options dot map. Let's do role, and what we need is select item. Like this. And for the select item, we need this role here. And let's also add a key here. Key will be role, and also value will be role. Okay, let's also fix at this one. So select the on change is not going to work directly here. What we can do here, so we will do on value change, and then we'll do field dot on change. Field dot on change. And also default value will be user dot role. User dot role. We don't have this user yet, but we are going to create it soon. Okay, and now we need a button. Let's bring our button. Let's go to update profile again. We can copy the button from here. Button, this one. Close this, and let's paste it here. And instead of update profile, let's do save changes like this. We don't have the user till now, but how we are going to create this user, because this will need some client-side activities, we can create a hook. To create a hook, you can create a custom hook, but I'm going to use Zustand, which is a very lightweight library for state management. Let me install the Zustand first. Not just like this. Okay, it got installed. Let's run our server. And now let's go ahead and create a hooks folder. We already have a hooks folder. Let me create use user. And for the interface, we can use this interface that we created here. Let's actually cut this one and paste it in here. Use users. And then if we save this one, it should auto import this one. And if we save this one also, it will auto import. But let's also do here interface user modal props, and let's do user, which will be user props. User props. We also need the set user. We need to get user, which will be user props, and return nothing, which is void. We also need is open, which is a boolean, and also set is open. Let's make this a function is open, which is boolean, and then return nothing, which is void. Okay, if you save, and then now let's create our actual hook. Export const use user. Use users or use user. Let's create. You can import create from Zushtan. Let's import it manually. Import create from Zushtan like this. And then in this create, let's pass the user model props. User model, it's of type user model props, and then it's let's grab the set. We are setting the default values here, and now let's use this one, this use users, in our user client. And let's go up here, and then here let's do const, and we grab use users from hook use users. And what we need from use users, we need is open, and the set is open. We will also need user and set user like this. Now we can create a use effect to fill the default values. And then in this use effect, let's do every time the user change and the form change. Okay, and now let's come down here. I'm checking if user exists. If user, which we have access to that in here, then form dot set value, we will do name user dot name, and form dot set value, let's do email user dot email like this. And let's also grab the rule equal rule options. Oops. Rule options dot find, and let's do r, and then r equal user dot role, that we will have this user. Okay, and now if it finds a rule, if the rule is there, then form dot set value, rule will be a rule, this rule that we created here. Otherwise, if there is no rule, else form dot set value, and then the default rule will be user like this. Now let's create the on submit function here. On submit, and now we need to pass that here, the on submit equal form dot handle submit on submit like this. Okay, and now in the on submit, we will check if the user already exists. If there is user, then we will do admin.user.update user. Otherwise, we will super admin should be able to create user. Let's do if not user dot id await auth client dot admin dot create user like this, and we will pass the email, password, and name and role from values. Okay, this is complaining. I think I did a mistake here. If we go down in rules, still the name is name. It should be rule like this, and then let's update this one also to be rule. Okay, perfect. Type of rule options, and then let's do a number, and let's wrap them in curly braces like this. Not only this part, the whole thing like this much. And now it should work. Okay, let me create a rule actually at the top. Copy this one and then as a rule, and I'm going to create this rule here. Type rule, and I will do paste it here. Okay, let me mark this as a constant, as a const, and now the error should go away. So once the user got created, toast.success, new user created successfully. Else auth client dot admin dot update user ID, and then this will be user dot ID, and let's pass the data to be name, email, and we don't need password here like this. And let's copy the toast. We can paste the toast also, so we can say user updated successfully like this. Let's put this in a try catch block, all of them. Try and then catch. For the catch, we will get the error, and then let's do toast dot error. Something went wrong like this, and we don't need actually this one. Okay, like this. And let's paste this here, finally block, and then let's do set is open to be false. Form.reset, and also reset our user, set user, and we will also make sure that let's do router.refresh. We have to create this router from use router next navigation. In dialog, let's add the open. Open is equal to is open like this, and also on open change, and we will do set is open to whatever is this is open is. We also need to check if not is open. If not is open, then set the user again. Form.reset. And let's also add an ID to our form. User management or manage user management, and we can copy this one and paste in the form in the button also, because our button needs it, this one, otherwise it will update in the profile. Okay, cool. And then now if we go down, let's come here and let's add the data table here. Let's add a div first. I'm going to style this a little bit. Class name, flex column, and also padding, let's do 8. Let's create another div, and let's also add a class name to this one, a flex w full, and also justify between, like this. Let's add an h1. We will say a text lg, and let's do user management, like this. And below here, let's do button, create new user, and let's add a class name to the button, a class name cursor pointer, and let's add an on-click event, which will open the modal set is open to true. Okay, let's come down here. Let's add a class name to this div, and then do a flex column, and then the same thing that we did up there, padding 8. And now let's bring the data table. I think we didn't change its name. Let's change its name to be not data table demo, just data table. Let's do it now. The data table. It should be data table, like this. Okay, we don't have the data yet, but let's receive the data like this. The data will be users, and also let's do columns to be columns we can import from data table. And let's go to page now. Because this is a server component, we can directly fetch data here. We don't need to update a profile. Let's do, I'm saying const user equal await auth, which is in our lib, and then API dot list user. Let's pass the query to be an empty object. And what else we need? We need the headers. The headers, which will be await next headers. Headers, like this. Let's format the user now. Users.math and then user. It's because this one will return users.user, or you can directly grab users like this. If not users, let's do it like this. Let's return an object. So has delete permission, we cannot directly access it, but what we can do, we can grab it from here. Has delete permission, and then we do await auth dot api dot user has a permission body, and then the body we pass user ID. Let's get the session also. I think we need session also, or user, whatever you want to call session. Await auth session, and now we will do session dot user dot ID, like this. And let's check permissions. A permission, we will check if it has delete permission on user table. And now let's make this one to be has delete permission, like this. Let's do filter, and if let's only do for admins and super for user and admins, because we know that the super admin has the delete access. And let's do in here dot includes f dot role and then as string like this. And now let's return the user management form that we created. And here, let's do user management form. And let's pause the user here. Users is formatted users. Like this. Perfect. Oh, this has delete permission is an object. So we will check if it dot success like this. Okay, we don't need to pass columns actually because columns is already there in data table. If we go here, the columns is already here. We defined columns here. Okay, perfect. Actually, make sure to mark this use client because this is a client component. If we check our browser now, we are getting this error. You are not allowed to list users because my rule is user. Because a user itself cannot change his or her rule. So we have to come here in our database because I'm the super admin of the database. So we can change it from here. Role, and let's do super admin. Save changes. And now if we refresh our page, okay, as you can see now, we can only see one user because the other user is also super admin, but we can create new user also. But let's style this a little bit. Let me go back to VS Code, and in the page, let's close this data table user client, and this one we don't need them anymore. Let's go here. Actually, we need the user management form. Okay, let's close this one in here. Let's do W full. This should make it full weight. Okay, now this is looking pretty nice. You can put the new user here. Actually, let's move this button to the right side. I'm also going to change the button style. I don't like the button style. Let's go button. It's in components UI, and then this is the default button. Let me remove this BG primary, and let's add it here. BG blue 700, I will do like this. And on hover also, I will copy and paste this one. Let's also add a height. Minimum height will be, let's do 10. And it should update all of our buttons. And we also need to change the image upload. Because we added button BG to be black, we will remove this one and let's add that 700, blue 700 like this. And actually I'm going to change the input also. Minimum height will be 10. So it should match our button height. If we go up, we add an style to the user. Let's bring it down and add a class name. Let's do flex a column, items end, and then justify the center. My, let's do 6. And now our buttons, our inputs looking nice. By default, we have user, but we can change to admin and super admin a user. Okay, perfect. But if user is already there, if we click this one, let's change these ones actually. Let's do that. Data table. In data table, instead of this actions, what I am going to do, we don't need this actions. I'm going to remove all these drop-down menu options, and let's just return a div, and then let's return a div and add a class name to this div. The class name flex justify end and also gap 6 like this. Let's come down, add another div, and let's add a class name. Class name, we will do cursor pointer, and let's do add a title also, edit, make it edit. Let's come down and bring the edit icon from Lucid React like this. But for the delete option, we will first check if user has a permission. We will have access to row, so we'll do row.original and then dot has delete permission. If it has delete permission, then we will do the delete. We will add the delete option here. Actually, we can add like this. We will bring the trash icon from Lucid React like this. Okay, perfect. We don't need this. Text rows 500. Make it red. And let's add an on-click but option here. In here on click, actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to grab these columns and let's grab these things and cut it. And what I am going to do in user clients, where we created user clients, let's also create a file called columns, and let's paste this here. And let's also create a cell action, cell actions.tsx, and move this one to cell actions. Let's move this one to cell action, export default, or let's say export const cell actions like this, and then it's and just return. In the return, let's do a fragment and then paste this one inside this fragment. Okay, we don't have access to row. We will get it as a prop. Actually, we can straight away destructure it like this. And now we don't need to do row.original. We just need to check if has delete permission, and then we show the trash. Let's make sure it's marked as use client. Let's bring this hook to be accessible there. Selection and paste it here. It can be imported from use user, which is in the hooks. Okay, great. Now let's go to columns and then here bring the cell actions. Perfect. And now let's pass the columns actually to data table. So we pass the columns like this. Columns to be of type columns. And then let's go to data table and receive columns also. Columns like this. But then instead of user props, let's create a data table props. Let's do that here. Interface data table props, and let's grab the, let's remove this one, and we are grabbing a columns, data on columns from data table props, and let's pass the t data and t value like this. Okay, perfect. All looking good. And let's save this one also and cell action. We added cursor pointer to this one, let's add it to the trash icon also, like this. And now let's work on the on click. We will do set is open to true, and set user. Let's set the user to be all these things that we receive. We also pass the has delete permission. Okay. Everything that we receive as a prop, we will pass it here. We need to add a dialog. So, but for now, let's add an on click, and then let's add a function here, inline function, and let's just set is delete modal open, and make sure it is open. Set it to true. We don't have this one yet, but let's create it. Let's actually do the same thing that we did here, wrap it in a div, and we move the on click also to the parent div, not the trash itself, to this one, and create this one now. We go up, and then here let's do a const is delete modal open. So once it is open, what we need to do, let's grab the dialog from here. We already have a dialog here. We can grab exactly this dialog, but we will change it. And let's go to cell action again. And let's paste it here. But we don't need the form, right? And we keep the button, but we don't need this form. Let's go and find the form here. Remove this form. And the dialog title should say delete user. Instead of create user, let's do delete user. Let's add dialog description also here. Are you sure you want to delete a name? Are you sure you want to delete this user? And let's break and go to the next line. This action not be undone, like this, something like this. And we need to paste our button also. Okay, we don't have this one. We don't need form ID. And we can create like a loading state. Is loading. Let's go up and create that state here. Is loading, and set is loading. Your state by default it's false. Okay. Okay, cool. We don't have this form. Actually, we don't need all of these things except this one we need, but and the rest of them we don't need this if at all. Open is open is we don't have this is open, but this because this is for delete is delete modal open, and this one set is delete modal open, like this. Perfect. If you click on the user, because this user already exists, if you click on create new user, it's empty form. But if you click on this one, the fields are some of the fields are already filled and we don't have the password option here. Okay, if you click on delete and then let's make this one, but move the button to the right side. Let's do a class name and then a flex column, and then let's do items and justify start like this. Let's also add make sure the button is danger variant, and then let's do destructive. Okay, now the button is like this. This one is also moved to this side. Okay, let's where is it? Justify items end, items start, and justify center like this, looking much more beautiful. But if you click on save changes now, it's not going to work. We are going to make it work. Let's come here and create a new function. We will do on delete user or on remove user, I don't know, on remove user. Let's make an async function and let's try catch, try and then catch. For the catch, let's do just throw new error and something went wrong like this. And in the try, let's immediately grab the error in case if there is any error at client.admin.remove user like this. And we need to pass the ID of the user. User ID is ID that we receive as a prop here. Okay, perfect. And now come down here, we will check if there is any error. If there is any error, let's do a toast dot error dot message like this. All good, I think. In the finally, let's add a finally block. And let's create a router option here. We can use router from Next navigation. And let's do it here, router.refresh. Router.refresh and set is loading, make it false. And also set is delete modal open. Is delete modal open, make this one also false. Okay, great. And now we can go ahead and use this one in this dialog button. On click, let's do on remove user like this. Let's see in the browser. It's all looking good. And let me grab a new email. Go to temp mail. Okay, let's copy this email and let's create a new user actually. New user, email is this one. Let's create a password, user 1234, and let's assign the role to be admin. Save changes. Okay, new user created successfully, and it's here, already here. Email verified is false, but it is an admin. He or she is an admin. Okay, perfect. The sign out, let's fix this one. Once we sign out, it should redirect us to sign in page. So I think it is in the layout here. Yes. So after sign out, let's create a router. Use router from Next navigation. And once it's signed out, router.push, and then do sign in. And let's make sure our home page is also protected, even though it is nothing, but still async function and require await auth is required. Auth is required like this. So if you are not authenticated, you cannot visit this page. And now let's in layout, let's remove this background. Actually, we don't need this. Save it. And if you see, we have this beautiful login page. Perfect. So if I log in with one of the users that the rule is user, he or she should not be able to manage users. If I click on sign in, go to user management like this, and it should give us an error. As you can see, we have an error. You can customize this error page. You can create like an error.tsx page, and then instead of showing this one, you can see that one like an error page. Okay, but if you go back and if you check, if you clear the session and cookies, and let's refresh again, it should redirect us to home page. And if we use the super admin user, this one or the other one, we should be able to manage user. I click on sign in, we should be able to manage users. Let's go to manage users, user management. And as you can see, we can create new user, we can edit a user, and we can delete a user. Let's delete this one, a new user. Click on save changes, and it's gone. We need to add a loading option there, but it's not very important. We can also update our profile. Update profile. This user has an image. You can change your image. You can change your username. You can change your password. You can enable or disable two-factor authentication here. If you really like the video, please subscribe to the channel and like the video, comment, and share the video. Thank you. See you in the next video.